Well, hey everybody, welcome back to Andrelczyk Amusement Academy. It has been a solid 6 months, I want to say, since we have done a stream, and I am happy to be back. Hopefully you guys are as well. This is episode number 20 of the series. If this is your first time here, welcome in. This is Andrelczyk Amusement Academy. The premise is that every stream we take a topic and we build some coasters based on that topic. I'm a real-life theme park designer who likes to play RCT and kind of teach the finer points of realism in this game. So I'm taking the things that I've learned on the real-life side and putting them into practice here. So today's topic is terrain coasters. This was voted on in a couple of the Discords that I posted. So thank you all if you voted for it. The terrain coasters beat out mine trains and transfer tracks, and cloned coasters were the other couple. We'll get to those eventually too, but today it's all about terrain coasters. So we pick 9 different kind of coasters and we'll create them kind of one by one. This I feel like is going to be a long stream, maybe just based on the size of these coasters, but we'll see. Welcome in, everybody. Hey, Things on Tracks, welcome in. Thank you guys for watching, as always. So, what 9 are we looking at today? So we've got a pretty good variety. I tried to pick a variety on purpose. So let's take a look here. So we're going to start out with something like Eagle Fortress. In South Korea, we'll do an arrow suspended coaster. Then we're going to have something like Phantom's Revenge, and then we're going to go to Boulder Dash, and then jump over across the pond again to a twofer. We're going to look at Lisebergbanan and Helix at Liseberg. Then from there, we're going to go take a look at Tatsu, MindBender down at Six Flags Over Georgia, potentially Nemesis, not Dragon Con. Nemesis. And then Lightning Rod, potentially. Hey Dylan-san, welcome in. So, where to begin? As always, we have our handy-dandy RCDB with us. So, we're going to start here at Eagle Fortress. So if you are relatively new to coasters, this one may be new to you. Eagle Fortress was a suspended coaster in South Korea that existed from 1992 to 2009, and it was literally on the side of a mountain. So this photo here sort of gives you the idea. Is you can see the lift hill, you can kind of see some of the first turn, and then you really can't see anything else until pretty much the end of the ride. So there's a lot going on here, and it was a pretty crazy, pretty intense coaster, from what I understand. Unfortunately, I never got to ride it. I always kind of go back and forth between doing this one or Big Bad Wolf at Busch Gardens Williamsburg, because I did ride that, and it was a great coaster. So we're going to do this one just because I've always kind of had a thing for it. It looks like it was such a cool coaster. There's not a lot of great POVs of this coaster, but I found a couple of them. But you can see right off the lift hill here, we're already in the trees and we are cruising pretty quickly here. So we have this kind of big first drop right down kind of through the landscaping. And really these arrow suspended coasters were all about the lateral G-forces, getting the swinging right. Once they fixed their banking issues with some of the early ones, then it was really kind of all about the speed and swinging. And you can see kind of how close this is to the ground. Like, we're on the ground pretty nearly for a lot of the ride, and it's just a lot of these sort of like back and forth, left and right, as we go all the way around to kind of the far turnaround, and then coming back to the station. And some of these times we're at or beyond 90 degrees to the ground, which looks pretty incredible. So something I would absolutely love to do. So let's go back and check this one out. We're going to jump right on in, since, like I said, I think this one might take us a little bit of time today. So let's grab our suspended coaster. I've got a couple of different custom trains we're using today for some other bits and pieces, but for now, we're just going to stick with our standard suspended coaster. I'm actually going to give this a little bit of height to start. Not necessarily to say that the station's going to end up here, but it will give us an opportunity to go lower than the station, which is something that I think can be a cool feature in terrain coasters, because then you can give yourself less of a lift hill overall and extend your ride, and then you're kind of coming up to a middle ground rather than going all the way down. Alright, so let's get ourselves a single train to start. We're going to call it 7 cars. You can kind of go 6 or 7 on suspended coasters, but I like 7 in this instance. I'm also going 7 long on the station, probably about right. So let's get ourselves a start here. So what I'm doing on here is putting a little downward helix and a straight section, and then the lift hill. Part of these suspended coasters is making sure that kind of line things up for the lift hill. A lot of suspended coasters have 2 lifts. We're just going to do 1, and we're going to go, well, let's go to here maybe, and then we're going to go flat because we want to fully kind of get ourselves up and off the lift hill before we start doing something crazy. This helix piece is useful. Now we've got a somewhat difficulty here in the fact that we don't have banked corners, which is not realistic for a suspended coaster. We should have banked corners, but the early suspended didn't do it, which is part of their downfall. So you don't have to worry about it. It's just one of those slight annoyances of this is what you get to work with in the game. So let's start with this. And what you'll notice is we're not really using any of the terrain at the moment, so don't worry too hard on that right now. We're gonna make it up as we go. There's sort of 2 schools of thoughts that you can employ for terrain coasters. Is in one instance you can say, okay, we're gonna make this terrain, make this really beautiful hillside and everything, and then come back on top of it and put a coaster. That's one way to go. That's how it would be done in real life, I suppose, is the terrain's already there. For RCT, where we're looking a little more as far as kind of art form goes, we're not going to go quite to that level. We're going to say, all right, instead, let's build something that kind of flows and works with our space a little bit, and then we'll figure out how to fit something in between it. All right, so we've got a first drop here, so we kind of drop underneath the lift hill. So I'm kind of deciding if I want to drop this way under the lift or in the other direction. Kind of my thought process right now is something along the lines of a big hillside that kind of wraps around here, kind of falls down in this direction, and then we'll kind of wrap up and around, and then maybe we're going to drop underneath the lift or the station instead, give it some interaction as far as that goes. We can also go ahead and start cycling this just to keep it moving. Suspended coasters have the potential to be pretty intense in the game. I've never really cared about ratings on the game as far as excitement, nausea, intensity, blah blah blah. But if you are of concern there, definitely pay attention to how your shaping of things is going. Yeah, they really are nausea machines. I mean, it's the lateral G-forces can get a little bit much, which is kind of a funny thing to me, considering that the real ones don't. I mean, they're not intense. I mean, even the ones that have some level of depth to them, like you figure Big Bad Wolf, that one was fine. It just wasn't. I mean, it was reasonably intense towards the end, but it was never a nausea-based coaster. All right, let's see if we can get around, and then we can't quite do that, but we'll be able to do something similar. Clearances remain our thing on this one, just because you've got these taller clearances than normal on this one. So something you got to think about a little bit. So where are we here? Are we having having issues on lift hill or the? Okay. All right. So what we'll do then is maybe this. Hey AJ, welcome in. We're gonna actually give ourselves a little bit extra space here, so that way it spaces things out a little bit. And I kind of liked the feature on Eagle Fortress where you have that one section that sort of pops up above everything else, so it kind of have this high point on the ride, so you kind of have this, maybe it's an entry feature or something, and then all of a sudden it dives back into the forest. We're going to keep hitting that right there. Which what we can do too, if we want to get it really moving here, is we can do a that's going to get us a lot of swinging right there pretty early on. That's a bad thing. The problem with that one, and kind of in general, is it sets us up for kind of a weird visual. Now, we've talked about this a couple times in previous streams, but you really want to build coasters in this game with at least one angle in mind as far as viewing angle goes. So you don't want to build in kind of all different directions. Without kind of a primary viewpoint, because if you go to this angle right here, we have this diagonal drop which is hidden, and then this kind of curved bit here which is hidden, and or not necessarily hidden but obscured, and I don't really think you want to go that way. So really this is sort of our primary angle, assuming we're going in this direction. It's a big assumption though, because I kind of like going on this side, and especially if we said we were going to have our mountain curved like this, maybe what we need to do is look in the other direction. Let's do this. And this is all part of coaster building. You know, if it comes naturally the first time, then awesome, that's really great, but chances are it's not gonna, and that's totally fine. So let's see what that's gonna do. Kind of wrap up on that side, and then oh hey Hydro, welcome in. Thank you for coming by. See you here. I think everybody is slowly getting off of the head-to-head kind of burnout and maybe getting back into things. And two, don't be afraid also to go back and look at your references, see what kind of options are there, so that you get the kind of space that you want with your layout. We're trying to do Eagle Fortress without like fully doing Eagle Fortress, I suppose. And more than anything, suspended coasters are all about being smooth. So picking the kind of nice smooth layout. Say this is the shape that is going to be in. This is the corner that's going to lead to the other corner. That's going to lead to the other corner, etc. We're actually nearly underneath right there. We just have a little bit of clearance issues, which means that we could potentially back off to this. We might be able to get up underneath. So we can kind of figure 8 across if we want. Yeah, G-Force did some very nice suspended coasters. They kind of worked really well. I think what we'll do is something like this maybe, and kind of thinking on the fly here, we might rework this a little bit. Go in this direction instead. So now we're going to have this a little bit of interaction on itself, and then we can come back with the landscape. When you're doing terrain coasters, you really don't have to worry quite as much about the interaction with itself. Some instances, but you want to an extent. This is how we're going to do terrain, and this is at least this is how I do it, and of course your mileage may vary as you find things that work for you and things that don't. What we know is that we want this one up top to be pretty nearly on the ground, so we're going to do that, and we know we got to drop it off again to get our little crossover here underneath the drop. Fine, we can do that. So we're going to use different size landscape tools and just sort of arrange this as we go. Generally I go from bigger to smaller and kind of these big swaths early on, and we'll adjust it and smooth it over time. What you want to try and avoid is to make it, you don't want to make it look totally forced. So you don't want to make it look like every piece here is specifically designed to fit this exact coaster layout because this is the one that it fits. So we're trying to kind of create these little alcoves and things like this turn here. I'm trying to sort of nest in this cliffside. We've got this little bit of a height here, and that's okay. It's actually good to have some areas where the height actually exists a little bit. So our lift hill is probably the farthest up off the ground in a lot of cases here. And what we could always do if we feel like it is come back through and move this entrance a little further back, which might not be a bad idea. And the reason I say that is just because it's kind of out here on its own right now. We want to hide it just a little bit, maybe. So perhaps we put it, say we'll put it here. And this way, we've got the coaster kind of looming over top of it, which is a pretty cool look. So you got this nice figure eight and a little bit of interaction here. We're not using all of our height yet. We've still got some pretty decent speed to it. You know, even though it's sort of trundling along, it doesn't need to go too fast. We're at 50 here, and what we want to look at is where our brakes are going. So it's never too early to look at where your brakes go. I'm not sold on the station position there just yet, but let's one roll in. So we want to turn around at some point over here and then kind of head back. We don't really want to do anything more in here. This is already dense enough. We've got a couple of crossovers, which we weren't really even going to do in at all. I think Eagle Fortress has like 4 or 5, and that's it. But now we're beyond that. So I think if anything, we kind of want to go out, do some stuff, turn around, come on back, and then go into the brakes. Knowing where we're sitting right here, we've got a 45 height here. and this is about the same height as the station itself. The benefit we've got is we still have all this space that we gave ourselves at the beginning with the lift hill, so we can move that down if we really need to do it. So I'm not too concerned as far as that goes. All right. Let's try and go just a little bit further here. That's going to hit right into it, unfortunately. We don't want to be too slow as we get around the endpoints here, but we don't need it to rip through there at some crazy speed. What I do like to try and avoid if possible, and what I just took out right there, is a climb that has a straight section in it. This is one instance here where we did do it just because we needed to get a little bit of distance. What I don't like doing is coming off of a corner, in this case a left-hand corner, going up a straight section and then going left again, because it's going to kind of swing it out, level it, and then swing it back out in the same direction. I'm not really a huge fan of that, but it's kind of, it is what it is at this point, because you got to get that height to cross the lift. Right, so now we're kind of doing our little slalom thing here. And we don't really want to go too far, and actually I'm probably going to get rid of this little steep section there. One of the big things that is a pretty easy pitfall for suspended coasters is making them too long. It is very easy to make these too long, and we really don't want to get into that. So that's why I'm trying not to go really any further than we are kind of out here. We've got our there. You know, we're not going to do any full helixes because that's really not something you see on aero suspended coasters. You really see that on the Vekoma flying turns, or swinging turns, I suppose. Once again, your clearance has kind of become your biggest issue, and that's one of the biggest challenges of this type of a ride in general. So you can't feel too bad for it. Just it's part of the build of these, so don't worry so hard if you're running into a bunch of issues. And kind of get that nice dive here back at the end if we really want to go that direction, trying to not make it totally unrealistic, but getting those different elements included. So close. It's almost one of those where I would look at it and say, well, can we just do the zero clearance? Which, in some cases, yes, but we're gonna be good. The first one. As the stream goes on, as I get more frustrated with stuff, that's when zero clearance becomes way more acceptable. Which in general, you know, it's fine. Is do the clearance if you need to, but the I try and avoid it if we can, if at all possible. Anyway, we can do this. Bet you that will work. Nope. They do. You're right, Hydros. The downward turns end up being kind of real weird sometimes as far as clearances go. Let's when we're having trouble like this, sometimes we can come back to it. But what I want to see is kind of where this hits, what we would need to do in order to get under it. All right, so we need to be at 40 to get under. Do we do 30? We run into that one. There's absolutely nothing wrong with building backwards if you need to. Figure out what fits. One of the things we want to do here is get a little clever. This is at 30. All right. We need a couple more. Now let's talk brake runs. For this one, we've got a set of maybe one more. But we've got a set of 2 trains because there's no mid-course brake run. We're not doing anything weird or special with that. So let's stick with the 2 trains, which means that we really need space to stop a train and have a storage area for it. So that could kind of be 1.5 spaces here. We're going to give this one more here and just give it a little bit of space there. As far as tunnels go, if you want to do tunnels on your terrain coaster or your just any kind of coaster in general, one thing that I would always say to consider is consider the practicality of that tunnel. Tunnels are incredibly expensive. It takes a lot of money to excavate it. You got to put concrete in it. You got to do all sorts of stuff that's going to take a lot from a park standpoint to purchase a tunnel and to build it and implement it. We do see it. It's not an uncommon thing in coasters, but it is expensive. So choose your tunnels wisely, and in most cases, I would say don't do it. Trenches are fine. Trenches also cost a lot of money, but they're probably a little more doable than a tunnel, perhaps. All right, so we've kind of got our end lined up here. We know that we want to climb up at the end, do this turn into the brakes here, and then we have this kind of interlocked snake-like thing going on here. We've already started with our hillside on here. Just this a little bit. Hey, Arts Tycoon, welcome in. How are you, sir? So let's come around on this side, and one of the things that now we're sort of forming up is this kind of half circle worth of landscape. You don't really want it to be a straight shot of landscape. You want it to kind of have some sort of curvature to it, so you can kind of see across the space. So clear this off. Well, thanks, Fish. I appreciate you stopping by for a little while. Hopefully Berlin is nice. You can kind of see the general kind of cliff face is doing something like this if we pull the sand. So that's, you want to be able to draw that sort of continuous line and make sure that you're seeing those sorts of elements rather than something that's maybe a little more choppy. We're gonna try and do something like this. We're getting a little bit long here at the end. We kind of have these. I kind of call this a signature dive here. This like right left thing, because this is sort of that focal point. Like you absolutely put a pathway down here in water or whatever that may be. So it's you don't want more than one of those really. That's kind of your big focal point on the coaster. All this up, and now when you bring this up nicely, we've got this station that feels reasonable because it's on the ground ish. Not actually on the ground, but you know you don't do that. You've got a section over here that's a little further down, so that means that your park isn't flat, and you definitely want to avoid that kind of thing. So one of the good pitfall that you see a lot of times on parks is you'll have this entire big area that's flat and all sorts of rides built in, and then suddenly there's this big mountain and a coaster on top of it. You don't want that. You want your landscape to be rolling. Now granted, you do have mountains and do have valleys and things like that, but it's not always as extreme. So you might say, okay, we're going to take this whole setup here, and we're going to split this up. So we're going to go like this, and now it's a nice easy climb up to this space. Obviously smoothing that as you go along, and you end up naturally down here at this lower point for this coaster. So that's the way you would go about doing that. Now we just need to finish it off, figure out what the best way is for that. What we might do is just keep it simple. Knowing where that's going to land. And there we go. We're a little bit on the shorter side maybe, but let's actually see what that shapes up to be. Let's go ahead and put some brakes in here. Just hit as well while we're on it. We'll put one set of block brakes, and then we'll work our way up from 9. Actually, let's work our way up from 4. I typically don't like to do the 4, but pretty much every suspended coaster I've ridden always has a really harsh stop at the end to stop the ride, let the coaster kind of stop swinging, and then advance it into the station. We'll do that. Notice here we're using each and every one of that 7 station space, which this is one of the longer trains in the game. So those Eagle Fortress type colors. And we'll call it not a knockoff name at all. Let's take a look. So speed-wise, let's see what we're doing. Up some nice space there. You want to tend to avoid the straight drops. Really, that's like a one-time deal. Once you get the coaster swinging, then you're really going to do all curved after that. And I really don't do a whole lot of steep drops afterwards either. So we come in with some heat there to the end, and not that bad. It's I'll take it. It's a little short and it's quick, but you know, it does what it needs to do. let's see where we are, 2,549, and the real one is 3,200. So a little shorter, but also Eagle Fortress was one of the longer ones in real life. All right, so let's clean up this landscape just a little bit as we come down through here. If you're going to do water, remember that water happens at the bottom of things. So if you're going to do water, make sure that it happens at the bottom of things, or you give it a reason why it's up somewhere and there's somewhere that's lower around it. So for me, this is your water area here. Create this little bit of raised space there to kind of look down and in on it. This backdrop on this side. From an RCT standpoint, where we have the luxury to fully form a landscape on our own, we're really looking for this from an artistic standpoint. We're framing the image. So we're going through here and trying to frame the overall look of the coaster. We want this sort of nice nestled approach and space. Just make sure we turn off clearances so we don't accidentally go too far. One of the downsides of this layout is that this first drop is hidden over here, so you can't really see it. But one of the potential benefits of this, and you'll find this as you go through your parks, is that now maybe that's part of your main pathway. Maybe over here is either, you could say it's either your main pathway across this way that wraps around, or if you want to get real fancy, you can come across up high and then drop down. And then in kind of this space here, you've got a curvature around the drop there, so there's your focal point as you're coming in. And then create yourself some kind of like a little plaza. And there's an entrance area right here. You've got a station. Got a maintenance area of some kind. You've got a gift shop over here. And there you have it. So that's a way to think about a terrain coaster kind of in a holistic standpoint, which is kind of what we want to do here, and figure out how things are going to sit together. You notice we planned all that out without doing any kind of land, any kind of scenery, any kind of anything, and it's all just with easy recolorable landscape tiles, so we know that we can change it up if we want to. Let's check that bad boy off. All right. Next up is Phantom's Revenge, and this one is another kind of fun one because this has gone through a lot in its life. So Phantom's Revenge is an Arrow hypercoaster slash Morgan hypercoaster. So it began life as an Arrow hypercoaster that had inversions in it. It was the only hypercoaster that had inversions at the time. So the intention is that you know, the way that the ride was is you had this great lift hill, huge, kind of towering over everything in the park, nice big drop, then a second hill with a drop through this coaster, through Thunderbolt here, which Thunderbolt would have been another good one to do for terrain coasters, maybe next time. And then it went up into a series of inversions. So let's see here. Pull some of these earlier ones. The one it was black was when it was Steel Phantom, and this was the original coaster. So you can see the lift hill, drop, all that sort of fun stuff. And then it had your standard Arrow-sized inversions at the time, which until the later days, Arrow used the same size inversion for every inversion and just lowered or raised the height of the inversion to match the speed at which it entered. So fun fact there as you're building those kind of coasters. Despite being pretty popular, it was also pretty painful from what I understand. And they came back with Morgan a little later on and built a hypercoaster out of it. So you can kind of see that, well, first of all, it's green, so now it's very different. It's about to become purple next year. They added, this kind of helix that you see right there in the middle got cut off, and this was brand new. And all of this track afterwards up until the end was brand new. So kept the first hill, kept the first drop, kept this big drop down through the coaster, and pulled out all the inversions, added lap bars to it, and turned it into what it is now. Here's a couple of clips from Cyclone Steve, and you can kind of see some of the inversions on here and just kind of how it was all kind of crammed together. It was sort of a mixture of the Arrow corkscrew coaster and also a hypercoaster, like what they were doing at the time. A really funky kind of coaster, different design, different idea. Or any these on this one? I don't actually think I've ever seen a POV of Steel Phantom. There's some construction shots then of Phantom's Revenge, but anyway, we do have a POV of Phantom's Revenge here, thanks to Coaster Force. So let's hop on and take a ride on this guy. Zoom our way along here. It's a good question, Hydra. I don't know. Do you guys want to see inversions or do you want to see hypercoaster? Let me know. So we've got the first drop here, long straight section, odd arrow tendencies. And then here's the longest drop. This is 228 feet down through the coaster. Really neat head chopper there, right into the valley, up and through this pretty substantial banked helix here. New trench right there, no tunnel, trench, remember what we said earlier. And a lot of speed here to take these airtime hills at the end. These airtime hills are great. Super intense, really good. That double down there at the end is pretty crazy. So definitely doing well there. And there we go, into the brakes. All right, inversions. Inversions, all right, inversions is winning. So let's see how this goes. All right, I'll jump back into the. Okay, first things first is it's gonna need to go pretty high up off the ground, I think. And I feel like we maybe want to build backwards on this one. The big thing for Steel Phantom was that it didn't spend a whole lot of time doing other stuff. The coaster was actually really short. It was those two big drops, a turn in the valley, and then right up and into the inversions. So let's start midstream here, and let's build coming up out of the valley. Because it kind of came up with this weird sort of just angled element here. It's a crazy, bizarre ride, and I would love to have done it. It looks like it would have been a lot of fun and a lot of jank. Just, I find as I get older that I appreciate the coasters that had jankiness more than the ones that maybe didn't. So we're gonna give it a pretty sizable berth on our curve down here, especially because we're gonna raise this whole thing up. Let's see, we're at 150 there, 80 there. That's way too much. It does build character. That's my standard answer for things. Could always go down and do like a 70. Maybe. the challenge is that you want to get as best as you can a idea about how fast you're going to be going through here. This already looks super janky. Super janky. But it also is accurate. I'll give it that. This is what the real thing did. All right, 110. Oh, I suppose we can those pieces, which I'm not usually want to use on these coasters, but this is sort of our base height here. We'll call this the ravine height down in here. Unique. Hey J Worf, how you doing? It's something, that's for sure. And we'll look back at how the shaping of the first drop is. The first drop is one of those things you can't really do in RCT because it's just doesn't work. But kind of becomes a, then you gotta go back up to steep, and then it just looks all bent to hell. And that's not not great. Also, we're at 180 here and 130 for that one, so no, that's not happening. I wouldn't mind actually coming down at. Actually, let's do this. Let's do this. Go this way. And get 100 and see how this comes. Gonna hit? It's not. Good. All this 70 right there. We need neither 31 trains nor 11 cars. What did Phantoms run? Let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Went from the suspended coaster with some of the longest to hey Belgian guy. Yeah, so Steel Phantom actually. So we're gonna give this one a shot. There was an ask for, we were gonna do Phantom's Revenge, and then now we're gonna do Steel Phantom instead. And in light of the new paint job that we know it's getting this off season, we're gonna go ahead and paint it in its new colors, which is purple. So now we've got a couple of different heights. We've got this height here, which we're going to put pretty much right on the ground. Then got our dive off. Let's see how fast this is. That's fast. Well, that's about perfect though. Look at that. Look at that. I can actually take that. I'm okay with this curve being a little bit fast. That works really well. We'll take that. Okay. we're gonna. I will leave this here for now. We'll figure out what else is gonna happen. So we've got our raise up into the loop, and then stuff is gonna happen, and then it needs to get to the brakes and to the station. So we're a little ways away from where we need to be, and we don't want to spend a lot of time forcing ourselves to get there. So this station, honestly, the station probably would want to go diagonal along here, potentially, but ain't nobody got time for that since we are not going to shoestring that today. This is where corkscrews of a certain size would be nice. If we wanted to go into that dive loop element, we don't really have that ability. We're gonna do these guys and on with our kind of full level of jank here. A little bit fast, but not too bad. Put one flat here. Suppose we could always do a bow tie, but we'll not insult Dragon Mountain with that ask. Nice thing is now we can cross right there because we came up, so that's one of the things that we kind of wanted to do, and will let us drop here to a corkscrew, and then now we're in range, so we can helix into a something being brakes. If this looks horrific, it should, because I feel like a lot of these early aero coasters kind of had this sort of deal going on, but okay. Kennywood's a great park if you've never been. It's got a lot of really cool history to it, and the coasters are a lot of fun. So surprisingly, potentially, if you knew the layout of Phantom's Revenge, it's it's not very long. Like, this was pretty much it for the real one. So we're gonna kind of do the same thing. Let me see how high we are. 70 and 85. We're actually higher up than need to be. Yeah, we're doing speed-wise. Okay, that speed's about right. You want to see a little bit of a pause as you go through some inversions, so not totally awful there, and doing the right thing. I feel like arrows are the most translatable coasters in RCT because they're just so weird. I would agree with that. You know, it's you can kind of get away with a lot of kind of oddball stuff, and the fact that the general is going to exist in the real life or in real life, it helps as far as that goes to make it seem less janky. It just so happens that arrows are very janky in real life, so it's what it is. Okay. Let's think through this a little bit, how we want to end. We've got our corkscrew here. We want to do something to it. A lot of older arrows ended with some sort of a helix and brakes. Now we do want some additional space here for brakes. So we could do longer straight section with some brakes. Let me about this. We don't want to go too far gone as far as, or get too far gone as far as our overall elevation differences here. Like I kind of like the idea of the station here on this like cliffside, and then you're looking down over top of whatever's going on down here. I think that could be a pretty cool look, I think. And we're a little bit tall actually right now, so we could mirror image this entire thing to send the corkscrew out this way and then Helix out and into the finale there. What do you guys think? May not be a bad idea. I'm just gonna bring it up a little bit. I'm gonna drop one there just so that for the game standpoint I can hold the coaster. Let me move this back over. But I kind of want that head chopper right there, especially. Okay. So we went one flat, two up here. Flat, two up, one flat. This. This. Way. This. Okay. And it's just going to be a matter of trying to get it into the brakes. Method is here. If we had it over by just a little bit more, it would actually work slightly better, but that's okay. We can do something with this, I'm sure. We can always do another corkscrew too, if we wanted to go in that direction and do a double cork. Have this as like a 5 inversion thing. There's no reason it's gotta have the same inversion sequence as the others. And does it fit? It does. There's where we are. Now we'll put a couple straight sections there. How many do we need? Like more. I want to put a straight piece in between these two corkscrews just because I like having things spaced out. Like it helps, makes me feel better, but I don't think I can. It won't matter if it's the other way. Let's do this. Put one here. That way I can put one here. One, you know. That's okay. Oh, maybe we can do that. we're lined up more or less. Just have clearance issues. Okay. Is a slightly jankier ending than I was initially looking for, but we're gonna go with that. Get ourselves some trains here. It lined up better than I kind of thought it was going to, and it doesn't feel totally spread out or on top of each other, which I'm also a little surprised about. So I'll take it. All right, let's work on a little bit of landscape here. We're not going to profess that this one is good, but it is cool. I do kind of like the layout there, and I have a soft spot for this sort of weirdness, so I'm all about it. So you would end up shoestringing some diagonal breaks on here, and the weirdness for that is that the diagonal breaks would end up being pretty high off the ground, so that would be a maintenance and a weirdness. But you could have this pretty kick-ass station looking off to the abyss below. That's a nice cliff going on there. I would recommend as you're doing landscape to sort of mix in those real steep, very kind of dramatic sections within a whole lot of smoother, less in your face areas, because you don't want it to all be just the most crazy, amazing landscape you've ever seen. You kind of want to take a couple of things and say, okay, here's going to be a cool spot. Here's going to be a cool spot. This is how it's going to all work together. And then we can have our pathway doing, oh, not doing that, doing sort of this. And then I'd probably lower, I think I'd lower this down a little bit over here. And I think I personally would bring a pathway right underneath. Across here too. You're always looking for those interaction points. Is the break run really that long? Either way, so Steel Phantoms is short. You've got, especially with Phantom's Revenge. Actually, they had trouble with Phantom's Revenge because they kept the break run is too short. So if you watch that POV again that we looked at earlier, there are breaks on a couple of the hills beforehand to slow it down enough so that it actually fits. It's this one's probably a little bit long. Arrow did like to use long breaks on theirs, and I'd probably just as soon have a dip than I would a climb. So we can add a little bit more to that element there to define it slightly better. And maybe it's doing that instead. That may be a good happy medium there to get to what we want to do. But we've got the signature elements, we've got the drop, we've got the second drop that's the bigger one, we've got our fast corner down here, got your very long, huge approach up to that loop, which I have to imagine must have been a pretty crazy, crazy thing to ride, and to just see that looming ahead as you sped up to it at 70 something miles an hour. I mean, aero coasters were never that comfortable, and I can't imagine it seeing those kind of inversions ahead at that speed. But yeah, so yeah, not a bad start there. Cool. Well, there's number 2. We are taking our time today. Not too far off, though, I suppose. Yeah, so that one turned out better than I expected initially, so I'll give it that one. Came a little more naturally, perhaps. Okay, let's jump one back and get rid of these 2. So the next one up is Boulder Dash. I know Steve probably isn't watching the stream, but this is one of his requests. Boulder Dash is a Custom Coasters International coaster, and Lake Compounce in Connecticut. It's a small park, but this is a really cool coaster. And if you haven't gotten a chance to go up there and check it out, it's totally worth doing. So, courtesy of NewJerseyCoasters.net, we are going to take a ride on this guy. This has been reprofiled a couple times over since CCI did it. GCI came back and did a little bit of reprofiling. Unfortunately, they also pulled out some of the kind of interesting elements. There was I think a triple up at one point that has since been a little bit neutered. But it's what will strike you on this one, kind of in my opinion, is how long it is. It just keeps on going, and it's a huge out and back coaster, maintains the speed really, really well. So there's kind of a lot to it. It's a simple coaster, but it's just like I said, it's an out and back. But while you're watching the video, just kind of wait for it to turn around, and I swear you'll see at least a couple times where you're like, okay, here it goes. Now we turn around, and it just keeps on going. All right, so we are coming up off of the lift hill here, and notice that we're right on the ground. There's plants growing through the track. We're going to cross over top of the lift hill, and that is the one crossover on the entire coaster. Here, as we go out, give ourselves some space. You see the park below, all the way down. All right, crossing the lift hill there. Now we're off into the woods. Right on the ground still again. There's like a double up here. There's that CCI underbanking that kind of have come to expect. Right there on the cliff side. We're still cruising pretty well. And it's kind of amazing that you don't think it could keep on going up, and yet it does. I wonder where the power source is. Here, finally, is the turnaround. And now we're back kind of level with the rest of the park. And it's just airtime hill after airtime hill. There's the section that GCI worked on and pulled out the sections of hill after hill after hill. Starting to get a little bit sluggish here just towards the end, but not too far off. And there we are into the brakes. That is a journey. That is a heck of a long coaster, and it's not even the longest of ones out there. I mean, it's 47.25 feet long, which is substantial, especially with a 115-foot drop. But the overall elevation change is something more substantial than that. I would hazard to guess. I'd probably think we're more around 150, but even still, that's a long way to go on that speed. So, knowing where we are in RCT, it is probably for our best benefit to be adjusting the massing of the train in order to get it to that speed, just with how, or to that length, especially with how wooden coasters tend to lose speed in this game. All right, let's go back to the game. Let's figure out how we want to do this. Below, we're going to run out of space to build all these. let's go on the side here. So what we want to do is work our first drop in. So my thought is we're going to kind of go up the hill, turn the corner, and this one will sort of follow the profile of the coaster pretty well. We'll go diagonal for a drop, turn, do some hops, do some twists up into the woods, turn around down here, and then come on back. If you have watched any of my review videos from before I started doing the head-to-head ones, Mavericks did a great inspiration from Boulder Dash in his Silver Lake amusement park called Bigfoot, I think. Mav, I don't know if you're here, but feel free to shout out that park. It is a really good coaster, and he did adjust the massing on the train, which can't fault. Okay. I think we're going to go for a straight drop. We could go for a curved. The problem is that the CCI one there is just so long and sweeping that I'm not entirely certain we want to bother with it. I'd rather kind of just as soon do a curved one like this and sort of leave it. I'm a huge fan of CCI coasters. They weren't around for very long, 1992 to 2000, but they did a lot of really interesting stuff, and I really like their kind of, they're sort of the Arrow awkwardness, but of wooden coasters, and I love that in a coaster. All right. We know we're going to move this station, but we're going to just go ahead and give ourselves a thing here. Boulder Dash has a 6-car train, so we're going to go ahead and select our PTC trains. We'll give it 6 cars in here. So 6 is pretty much your standard if you're using a PTC train. You could go with a 7-car. It's very rare. Not very, very rare, but it is reasonably so. And then you're never going to see 8 or anything like that. So, and that's the 2-bench. This is the 2-seater back there. All right. So let's get started here. Around again. You've already mentioned the kind of CCI style underbanking that they are known for, so that's what we want to push on a little bit. And the reason that they are known for underbanking is because it was cheap. It was an easy way to afford a much bigger coaster. And the reason it's cheap is because of the way that the ledger beams go. If you only bank to about 35 degrees or so, you only need 1 piece of wood. If you do it beyond that, you need more. So this way, we can do a 1 piece of wood, so it's easier to cut in the field, it's easier to put together, it's less material, and the only downside is you're banking less. All right, let's raise this up. I haven't said, by the way, today, but I'm sorry if the microphone is picking up. Sounds like a jet engine. It's just my laptop. Turns out that the fan is going pretty crazy here recently, and I think I'm losing a bearing in one of the fans, so I've got to take it in here this week and get it replaced. So that's always a fun time. Joys of a laptop. Hey, Soap, how are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. How's your afternoon? Or evening, I suppose? ourselves a little bit of space there. What kind of speed we're dealing with. 41 up to 36. I'm going to push it just a little bit further, a little bit. Let's see what we can get out of this. I'm having to bank this first drop or first corner just because we're going through it at such speed. But a lot of these other ones I'm really not going to touch because I don't think they're necessary. Okay, that's all right. That works really well. Now keep in mind, if we're going to go with the same kind of style as Boulder Dash here, this whole strip of landscape is going to slide down on a hillside this way, kind of in the same angle as the lift. So we don't want to go all the way to the ground here, especially if we have more coaster track down here, because it's going to interfere. Oh no, I'm sorry, your sister tested positive for COVID. Hopefully she's doing okay and have mild symptoms there. Things aren't too bad here for us. We're on coaster number 3. It's been a pretty slow start here, I suppose. The first one took us a little while, but that's okay. All right. Let's we can decide if we want to bank that later. Let's see here. So we went from 90 on that side to 80 up here. One of the hardest parts when you're building terrain, especially when you don't have the terrain in place to begin with, is trying to decide where the drops come from. So like where do you stop? So right here we're just going down a little ways here because I know that if I carry through our landscape here I want it to be tall. Sort of drop off the sides. We want to go taller. And you always want your landscape to kind of dominate a little bit. So that's one way to say it. We did based on Eagle Fortress and then Phantom's Revenge, which actually we ended up doing more so Steel Phantom from Kennywood. It had the inversions by popular request, and I'm kind of glad we did because it's that made for an interesting layout. I'll show you once we wrap up on this one. We'll go take a look at those couple and go from there. I brought back the station just a little bit, only because I don't quite want to have so much dead space in the middle. Doesn't really matter, I suppose, but let's give ourselves a little bit of a drop here in the middle and see if we can. We're gonna see if we can get away with this. If we can do a big drop here, followed by a let's see, that's 105. That's not gonna work. We can get back up to 85 here and drop there. We'll see what kind of speed we've got. Remember, we're still going to consider doing our doing a massing change on the coaster. Yeah, all right, I can get behind. All right, so we've got our out and back motion going on here. We'll do one more curvature here. Maybe we do it like this. We'll do and the question is if we want to bank that or not. Kind of the mindset of not banking it. But I can go either way. Probably want to, for one, though, just close a little bit of distance. The sort of randomness of our hill heights is also going to help play into the randomness of the landscape a little bit, so it doesn't look like this whole mountainside is surprisingly very hill shaped, like coaster hills. So that's probably okay. So there's a couple of different schools of thought on it, as far as terrain coasters go. So in general, you want it to look like the terrain existed before the coaster did. Now in the game, though, I feel like you end up, if you start with a terrain, you end up forcing yourself a lot harder to make it work to the terrain. So in that instance, I kind of like to do more so uh, to more so get in there and do the coaster first, and then sort of adjust the terrain as we're going along. Kind of where we're landing here. We're trying to get into these double ups, double downs, all sorts of things like that as we move along in the pretty sort of aggressive lateral G forces and everything else. What we're doing a little differently here from Boulder Dash is that the real one sort of drops right to the ground on the turnaround. We're not going to do that. We're just because RCT doesn't really give us the tools to do that well. So we're going to do a little bit like this. Okay. Seeing where we are here, though, makes me wonder if perhaps we want to go ahead and do like a helix or something on the start so that we can give ourselves a little bit of space on the return run here. In lieu of not making it too long, we'll stick with that. Boulder Dash is a 2-train coaster. Even though it is long, it's doesn't have a mid-course brake run, so really can't do a whole lot else as far as something larger. Go. This brake run's maybe a little bit short, but not too far off. 9, 13, 18, 22, 27. There's a little bit of straight section. Get 2 coasters or 2 trains, and then while we wait for that, let's see how our pacing is, and then see if we want to do some adjustments. This is another one of the coasters now where we can say we didn't build just from ground up. We started sort of midway, like this guy. Our low point is here, not where the station is, which lets us do more with this lift. Now, granted, this is a pretty big lift hill for a wooden coaster, but it still lets us play around a little bit more than we might otherwise have had a chance to. After this, we're a little slow on the end turnaround right there, which we knew we were going to be. Let's see how this plays together. Now, I'm not going through and smoothing out all this landscape. You can certainly will want to do that, of course, once you're ready, but you can kind of get the idea. And like I said, this is how I do any of my parks in the game, is it will always start with this sort of massing of landscape. So my Japanese park that I recently had done in January, this was the way that that entire landscape got done. It was just massing blocks like this. I never, ever use the mountain tool. I always do it by hand, and I feel like it makes you a little more intentional about what you're doing, and make sure that you're picking the right elevations and everything else, and it's not just defaulting to a big cone. So that's one takeaway, I suppose. And we'll give this a little bit of space here. And you could pretty easily come back through and do pathways. Probably your best bet's going to be focal point there on the drop. Obviously, we've talked enough about this so far that that would make sense. You could pretty easily cross here, wrap it around maybe if you want to have the interaction. You notice Boulder Dash really didn't have any of that. It just kind of went off and did its thing. So, you know, it's an option either way. But we'll call it there, and let's see how long this one ended up being. 3,700 feet. So this is a good 1,000 feet shorter than Boulder Dash is. So to me, this looks like a long coaster in the game, but it's still a good 1,000 feet shorter than Boulder Dash is. All right, so let's take a look at this real quick and say, okay, we've got mass of 540. So we want number 6. All right, set mass 006. Let's change this to 800. Let's see what that does for us. feeling purple today for some reason. I'm gonna go purple and orange. Feeling fall. All right, 55. Hold through there. 26. That's good. We don't really want to drop it under 20 if we can avoid it. Got a nice double down right there. 20 exactly, which is good. I think this is the right call about not banking that. It feels a little more okay. If we wanted to get some more airtime hills or anything like that, for example, I'd probably line this up so that there was a couple airtime hills right against this section right here, and then turn it around at the far end. But I think this is substantial, substantial enough to sit at this point. So that was number 3, Boulder Dash. All right, so we are through 3 and only 3 after a pretty good distance so far. So now we're going to go for a twofer. I kind of debated whether or not I wanted to do this one together or separate. So we're going to try and do it together. We'll see if it works or not. Oh, no ad for you? Interesting. It says that in 5 minutes and 7 seconds, it's preparing a 1 minute ad. So if you get an ad in 5 minutes and 3 seconds, then sorry, it will only last for a minute. So, all right, let's take a look at the next one. So let's jump over to... That's all right. So we are going to go to Liseberg in Sweden, and we are going to look at 2 coasters. First one is Lisebergbanan. This is a Schwarzkopf custom coaster, brokered through Zero from 1987. And then afterwards, we're going to look at Helix, a Mack launch coaster that opened a couple years ago. Both of these are absolutely fantastic and some of my favorite coasters out there. So we're going to go to Attraction Source for this one and thank them for the POV, as we typically do. Let's check out what they've got to show. So this is a substantial Schwarzkopf coaster. Let's skip ahead and jump onto the ride itself. The lift hill is huge, and it's are we gonna get that ourselves? Womp womp. Womp womp. Well, let's reload. Those ads play. But you can see a couple things on here. 4,300 feet, that's pretty substantial. 150 feet tall, that's pretty substantial. 50 miles an hour, that's not hugely fast for 150 feet tall. So that's a pretty interesting kind of dichotomy there. All right, see if we're going to run this time. A little choppy. So to see how close we are to the ground, we've got this great kind of helix to start. And just sort of cruising around a lot of the different attractions. There's some kind of figure eights going on, a lot of crossovers. It's a coaster that's not doing a whole heck of a lot. It is doing a lot of mid-course brake runs, though, which is part of the key to why I can run 5 trains and is an absolute capacity monster. This is kind of the middle section here. Is this gigantic, say, triple helix kind of covering there, where they've since built a scream and swing over top of the coaster. I will say from the video, it looks a lot less exciting than it actually is. The fact that you're on the ground having trees whizzing by your head on either side is really kind of a special feeling, and it's just such a classic coaster. And this coaster is as old as I am, so it's kind of neat to see the see something still operating this well these days. Break around here, and you can see Helix. That's the green coaster there around this coaster here. So that's what we're going to do next after we do this one. Yeah, it does kind of have some wizard vibes. Actually, that's a good, astute thing. I would say wizard was sort of the precursor to this guy, in a good way. All right, so let's pick ourselves a spot and get to work. So I was a little bit confused as to how I wanted to do um, the trains. So the trains on the real one have this sort of mine train look to it. It's got the little engine on the front, but they're single bench, and they have the banked corners. So mine train is sort of out. So I really wouldn't go necessarily that way. So I'm going to use these trains here. These are the streamlined trains from Space Case. So they have the individual bench seats. We can kind of set them up like that. So that's what we'll use for this one. Okay, more track looks weirdly flat compared to Schwarzkopf. Yeah, it is. It's a kind of sort of unique track type. This was part of the track type that the Zier and BHS kind of partnership used, where the spine is almost more centralized and the rails sit a little bit lower on either side. It's sort of an oddball track design. I don't quite know the reason for it, but it's it is different. You're quite right. All right, so this one is one of the few instances where the station is pretty much the low point. Um, but there's a whole restaurant underneath the station on this. So we're gonna leave it up a little bit so we have some height to it. You're right. We could change the front car to that. The only problem is then it doesn't do the banked corners, and I do want to have that as a feature here. All right, so we're going to give this some height for one. I'm not quite sure how much height to give it initially, but let's start here. And let's make this thing a capacity hog just like the real one. So we're going to do a couple of stations worth. Streamlined trains, we'll give this 11 cars. For whatever reason, that's the size of the trains on real one there. Okay. We're going to kind of work our way down the mountainside. Liseberg in general is an exceptional park if you ever get a chance to go visit. It's, like I said, one of my favorites. Very, very beautiful. And some pretty darn good coasters. We're not doing anything too substantial here, too extreme. Presume we'll get you. Again, we're building this before we really get into the terrain, so we're kind of having to imagine the terrain as it will exist, and that's pretty high up on this section. When we do Helix, it'll be further down, kind of on this side, so we'll sort of kind of have to work around what we're building to right now. Yep, absolutely gonna run into each other. I'd love to be able to dive this one back underneath. Be pretty cool. These are inspired by real life coasters, so this one's kind of leaning a little more towards recreation, although not really. But they are inspired by the real life coaster, so we're gonna go inspired by Lisebergbanan, and do something sort of similar, not quite the same, but kind of close enough. And it just so happens that I like the real coaster a lot too, so that always helps. I wouldn't say that there's anything about Lisebergbanan that was crazy intense. It was one of those rides that just kind of works as itself, and it's just a fun coaster. Like there's just some of those that are fun and just don't need to be anything crazy intense or just jarring or anything like that. It's just nice and smooth, easy to ride, and that sort of thing. So let's see what we're doing here. We're a little bit slow, actually. And welcome back. Sorry about the disconnection there. Joys of streaming. I did not miss those parts. Okay. We're going to try and get just a little bit more of something going on here before we do our break to get into sort of the larger diving helix here, but I probably want a little more speed at the moment, just because the real thing does have some speed to it. We'll start a little bit lower here. Then we'll sort of call this our first brake run. Well, sort of, we will call it our first brake run. And then we'll come out. Now the big helix on Lisebergbanan is not something that I think we want to recreate. Just because I don't think it looks good in the game, no matter how you do it. When your default corners are the sizes that they are, you kind of end up with just something that's going to look funky regardless. So I'm trying to figure out something that we can do here, but I don't think that's going to be the way to go. I'd almost just as soon sort of S-bend the entire coaster down the hill. We don't want to be too low either, because we don't want to get into the situation where we're kind of in a little valley that we're going to have to create for ourselves. I think what we might be able to do is something along the lines of a figure eight, perhaps. This will be block one, and we'll want to do maybe one more block in here, and we'll kind of work our way back out and around. We're at 90 for that block, so we'll probably want to be somewhere around maybe 60 for the next one. Maybe 70. And just to help us out, and I find that once you get partway through, it does sort of help out to start to build up a little bit of the landscape here, just to kind of see what we're doing. See what we're going to get away with. That brake run is going to be essentially on the ground. Be about as high up as we go. More here to give it a little bit of variation. A little bit. That's all we're looking for. And the nice thing about this sort of landscape movement and why I sort of advocate doing it this way is that it gives you the opportunity to adjust it and think about it and do it again and do it again and again and again and again without really feeling like you spent forever trying to adjust the landscape to that perfect size, and then you go, oh well, actually it's not going to work, darn, and then you delete it. Like, at least this way you're working on an existing kind of model space that you can adjust and conform to how you want it to be. Okay. Still not super thrilled with this yet. Yeah, I think in this case, yes. So we've got our lift hill. This will be block section 1 here, and then we'll have whatever we're going to do here, and then we'll have a second block section, and we'll have a third block section probably, and then we'll wrap it into the final breaks. I think that should be all right. Let me go back and look at a couple of pictures here of the coaster. Ideally, I'd like to get it just a little bit closer, but closer in as far as the Helix goes. What I guess we could say is that there's no reason why we can't do this kind of Helix. We'll do it like that. These I find are some of the hardest terrain coasters to do because they don't really have specific elements. It's just a bunch of sort of nice swoopy corners, which when you get it right, it feels awesome because it's just this really kind of beautiful, flowy coaster. When it's not quite turning out right, it's frustration more than anything. But we're gonna see what we can do. Am I building right through this, or am I? Actually works as far as the clearance goes. Okay, Okay, I don't dislike that, and the interaction with that drop is pretty cool. And then I think we could say that our pathways are coming right through the middle here. Down just a little bit. I do want to the point, make sure that we got enough of those block sections. That's going to be our second one, and wherever possible, when you have a bunch of blocks and things, it's kind of nice to get them to line up. This just aesthetically looks good. Stick with it by a little bit. I'm trying not to spend any time now thinking about how the other coaster is going to fit through here, as that sort of ruins the effect of this one would have come first. Go. And if we go this way, we can kind of spill this around the terrain on this side. Very nice back and forth. I'm going to start to try and align this too, as far as brake runs go. Another diagonal brake run, as I do enjoy. And it's not so much of the fact of being able to shoestring those, but what I do find useful on them is it just kind of, it breaks away a bit of the monotony of the current plane of coasters. So, close up. So you're so used to everything being on one of the orthogonal planes that when you do the diagonal, it helps just helps it at least open itself up a little bit, look a little more flowing, a little more peak. That lines itself up nicely so that we can cross back underneath of that. Question is, do we really want to go leave it at that? This Lisebergbanan is 4,300 feet. There's our wooden coaster. There's our wooden coaster. This was 3,700. So I'd like to be around 43 on this one too, but I can tell that I'm already not there. If I just kind of wrap it up here, I'm trying to avoid that if I can. Go back to what we were doing before then. It would be kind of a nice little twist and return there. And we won't really know how well these blocks are going to work until we get ourselves out a little bit and actually put on the couple of trains, make sure that our spacing is correct. I think it should be fine. Generally, as the blocks go on, you want to make sure that they get a little shorter each time, so then you don't end up with longer blocks later in the ride, because that doesn't do you any good. Mostly looking to make sure that I can park enough trains on brake run. I was hoping that would line up. Suppose we could, we're not going to be going too fast here, so we can probably crest this without. Or just a speed hill earlier. Other option is to hop over the whole thing, drop down, and then do that. And we can smooth out this section here a little bit. Going ahead and banking it, but while you flatten it out, we can probably just come through here and do like a figure 8 type finale. Oh, hey, Mav. Buying a house, huh? Big day. When do you guys close? That's exciting. Well, that's fine. Are you building it, or are you buying it, or what's the plan? Fantastic. Building a brand new place. That sounds nice. I can imagine you are excited. I would be too. All right. Trying to get this sort of final double helix going on for this coaster. Keep running into things on that side. Oh, very nice. Your own coaster room. Fill it with all the memorabilia now. So we're at 30 miles per hour here, which is works. What we don't want to do is make this a little bit too toilet bowl helix, which is maybe a stupid phrase, but I consider a toilet bowl helix where it's just sort of flat and it's all just a bunch of concentric circles, kind of like you see on a lot of the Japanese coasters. Don't think it quite looks as good as it could otherwise, so we're going to try and do something a little bit better. Yes, that spelling is atrocious, by the way. But yes. All right, let's give ourselves a little bit of bump here. We're almost done. We really just need to tie this in together. I'd love to get another like pre-break run in before we drop into the final bit here, but may not be able to. So what I may be able to do is do this. I did get what you meant, so we're all good. This is only number 4, and it's already halfway through the stream, so we're as expected. We're gonna have some trouble getting through all of them today. This might be a less than 9 coaster stream today, and then we'll have to see if we can get some more done on a future time. All right, so we're almost there. Let's figure out how to connect this together. I think not quite where we wanted it to be, I don't think, but kind of captures the overall vibe of this coaster without being too different. Okay. Now let's do a couple things. First of all, I want to see what happens if we just put blocks on all of these. Challenge we're going to run into is that we have this diagonal brake run, so it's going to kind of screw with our blocks anyways, because we're going to end up sitting out here. But if I can get a second one on the corner, if this works, then we should be okay. Will it work? No, it's not. We're close. Darn. I don't think we're at least one tile away, which you can see. Let's try it. We just did a big corner here. Back here, can we fit it? Still no. In that case, we're not gonna make that. Don't like using the small corners if I can avoid them. So let's just stick with 2 trains for now and see. We'll use a third. We'll see what happens. Okay. And that's actually okay because we've got this last one here who's sort of doing his own thing. Let me well, that's fine. We can keep it banked. While we work on that, we're gonna. Here. Now we'll make our terrain make some semblance of sense. A little bit longer than we thought as far as just physical distance goes. Lengthwise, coaster-wise, I think we're too far off, maybe. Got a lot of dead space in here, which is actually going to work, but, you know, we'll get there. Thank you very much, Mr. Meatbook. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Seeing a little bit of pacing trouble there. A little bit, not crazy amounts, so. But let's run it with kind of regular operations here. See what happens. We might be all right. And even still, depending on how we go, we might want to say we actually this is a dummy block, and then the other ones are more active, just depending on how the spacing goes. We could be all right. What's planned for the terrain around it? So the idea is more so kind of this a hill from the station up, sort of in parallel with the lift hill. We kind of have this meandering coaster. It's based off of Lisebergbanan at Liseberg in Sweden, which sort of has this nice meandering coaster layout around a nice garden. And there's another coaster that they threaded through it, which is what we're going to try and build next. So that's going to be the big one, I think, that we'll see how it goes. All right, so we're through that lift hill right now, or that brake run, and we're not even a quarter way up the lift hill. Let's first of all give that some more speed, for one. Because what we might do is pull out... Ooh, boy, that's not great. What we'll do is this. We'll pull out this guy. But a little optimistic on our pacing there. What we could do is adjust the massing of the coaster if we want to do that. We just did that one with the Boulder Dash model a minute ago, but we'll see how this one lines up. Oh, Mav, if you're still here, we did the Boulder Dash one. I referenced your Bigfoot from Silver Lake Amusement Park. That was one of my favorites in that park. Did a nice job on it. All right, so let's take a look. I thought you told me you did adjust your mass, but we didn't necessarily have to. But it ran a lot better when we did. I'll jump over to it here in just a minute. Let me see how this one runs when it just cruises through that block. Now we're racing against time. Can we get through this block before we get to the top of the coaster? The lift. No is going to be the answer. Darn. Well, we can slow that down if we need to. And then what were we doing here? Speed-wise, not ideal. But not totally awful. Mostly awful. Four trains would probably be about right on this one. Not too bad. Yeah, if we drop the lift down to 5 miles an hour, that should work fine. So let's do that. Let's add a fourth train, because we know it'll make it even though it's held there, unless it is going to just reverse down. Is it? Let's see. It might just get itself stuck, which would be annoying. Oh, I guess it's got its own propulsion at that point, maybe. Gross. That's not cool. All I need to do is get it going. Once it's going, I'm alright. Then we should be fine. Just this coaster needs to never break down. Alright, we'll go back and look at that in a minute. Anyway, Matt, here's what we did for Boulder Dash is very much the kind of unbanked little diagonal corners with a bunch of little hills throughout, and then kind of back and forth. It's a little shorter than the real one. It's actually about 1,000 feet shorter than the real one, but not too far off. Yeah, mine's a little tiny compared to the others. And then we have our little miniature Eagle Fortress today, and then we have Steel Phantom, because I was gonna do Phantom's Revenge, and then everybody said they wanted to see inversions, so we did inversions with it instead, which I'm cool with. All right, so in order to keep on moving, let's pull off Lisebergbanan and let's jump over to Helix. While we let this one kind of do its thing for a minute. And all right, let's jump back over to the coaster database. So we saw Lisebergbanan, and now we're going to go to Helix. So Helix came in 2014, basically on top of Lisebergbanan as it sits, and starts the station up on top of the hillside, which is especially cool. So thanks to Extreme Coasters Network here, we're going to take a ride on what's honestly one of my top 5 favorite coasters, I would say. Helix is fantastic. It is one of the best. Let's take a look here from the station. So this is right out of the station, which is kind of a neat start to say you're going to roll right out into an inversion before anything else. This nice corkscrew. So we hit up and around, and then we're going to hit our first LSM launch. Mack launch is never too powerful, but honestly, it's enough. I have this 0G roll into a sort of airtime filled S-bend down the mountainside. We head up into a pretty substantial Norwegian loop. Ducking under Lisebergbanan lift hill right there. Nice airtime hill here and a 0G roll here. A cool transition there into this high banked Helix. Crossing over Lisebergbanan again. Then we get launch number 2 as we head up the mountainside and then through this inverted top hat, which is a heck of an inversion. A lot of fun. Over the pathway, another nice airtime hill here. Off the mountainside again. And then we've got this cool kind of right, left, right column thing. And then this final little roll here up into our brakes. And our station and everything is back here up at the top. So pretty cool design. Another long coaster. This one's 4,500 feet long, 135 feet tall, 7 inversions. So we've got a lot of inversions if we want to get those covered in here. So let's see what we can do with this. I think we're gonna end up putting more of it over here than not, maybe, but let's see. We'll keep our ideas open. We're gonna build this with the Twister Coaster track just because we know where we're gonna run into some inversion issues with other stuff. So let's I'm gonna start here. Zero G roll, which we can come back through later and replace a lot of the. We can replace a lot of those pieces with Giga Coaster Track if we want. If we want to go for that look, we don't have to necessarily. There's our interaction. If you haven't gotten to Liseberg, I already said it once, but go check it out. It's a great park, beautiful, good rides, good coasters, all sorts of fun stuff of the sort. Where are we? Oh, tilted in the same direction. Can't do that. There we go. That's 90 and 90, so we want to add another hill to this side. So we're building from the middle, which is not something I typically recommend, but it's required in this instance. And by required, I mean it's how we're going to get our interactions with the various elements on the rest of the little coasters here. Ourselves in the mood here with our can't stand that green of all the palette issues. That main green, I'm just not a huge fan of. Okay. Also rotate this the correct way. Feels a little bit better. And I actually kind of want to rotate this one the other way, so then you get that little bit of rotation out of the thing, so you kind of roll sort of up and around and then back over. All right, zero G roll, maybe a little bit slow, depending on kind of where we are here. Actually, I guarantee you it's going to be slow. Let's lower that. There we go. Okay, so now let's figure out where this second launch is going to sit, because we know we're going to be lining up for some kind of a second launch, and if we do the inverted top hat, we're going to need to figure out where that one sits, and all of that kind of fun stuff. Right now, I'm going back and checking the aerial of the park just to see kind of how it sits in relation to each other. So it looks like in the real one, the launch sort of ends up around here, and then you kind of end up and over, and down here and out. So we could go back underneath of the brake run along this strip. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. We're here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, which is this one here. I think the ideal situation would have been a couple or more, but I'm not opposed to it, especially if we can get. Now, I don't think we'll be able to get through. We can get underneath it here and then maybe through that section. What we'll do now, though, is just to try and line it up. Let's just give ourselves a space to work with. This style of terrain coaster and just interaction is really you're building with what you've already been given and just trying to make it fit into some kind of predefined hole in your park is not quite the way you want to go about it typically, but we are here, so this is what we're doing. Okay. We're at 50 right here, which we can be a little bit less. Let's drop it by 1. Because this is going to be a really big element, and it's actually going to give us a lot of speed that we probably aren't going to want. Ooh. There we are. Right through that helix, which is about perfect. There it is. Okay. Cool, cool. I to be honest, I have no idea how that fit. Like, not at all. No idea. But it fit, so we're gonna stop asking questions. All right. Now that we're feeling how that one goes. Hey, Brock's here. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. How are you doing today? All right. Let's figure out some more magical options here. We think that should be enough for launch track. If it's not, we'll just change it to the Giga Coaster, so then we have our better acceleration. So one of the things that I would love to see in a future development in this game would be consistent launch velocity with some kind of a numerical acceleration quantity, so that every coaster, no matter what the type in the game, launches at the same rate, but then you have an option of a box that you can put in a speed multiplier to say, okay, this needs to launch at 2.5 times the standard acceleration or 0.7 for a kid's coaster or something. I think that would be a really nice feature to be able to say we can have some variety in launch speed and doesn't necessarily come coaster specific. Okay, so we've got 1 inversion, 2 inversions, 3 and 4. We've got our helix kind of coming up and around here. Somewhat shocking that fits. We will do what we can here now to fill in the gaps. So this sort of lower helix is a pretty distinctive thing for me for this coaster. I remember being taken by surprise on this one. Doesn't quite line up. I was kind of hoping it might sit maybe here. Not to say it's got to. Shoot. We're about too shy of that, which actually just if we went this flat. That's it. Hate having a straight piece here, and I don't want to put one on the other side either. We may need to come back to that. I don't recommend you design an entire coaster without ever testing it. That's kind of where we're headed now, it seems, because then you end up with pacing issues and frustration all throughout the day. But we're gonna get there. Okay. Let's see where we want to go with this. We'll have our start here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and also 7. Okay, we'll do the same amount of inversions if we can. But that would be fun if we could have run that over the Helix there, or the lift hill. It is running pretty well with the 4 trains, as it turns out, even though it's struggling pretty hard on that guy. There's a part of me that wants to do a corkscrew here at the start for this inversion, but I think it's going to have to be like a 0G roll of some kind. I'm not quite sure the best way to manage that. We are pretty low down here also. We don't get our S-bends up here, but that might be enough. We'll see what the pacing is doing. Actually, what we could do, try something else stupid. On something. Oh, hot damn. Fits. It looks stupid. Not any worse than the rest of it. 110, 95. Sold. There's our launch track. Thanks, yeah, it actually worked really well. I was surprised that it lined up at all. But I'll take it. You know, always gonna take those. Okay. So, launch track, we have enough space for brake run. Then we will try and do something here with Helix. So, all right, so next is the corkscrew here right off of the drop, or the iconic piece of Helix. Got 9 for the height. We're at 40 here and 85 up there. It's actually going to be pretty substantially smaller space than we need it to be. Yeah, that's a little much, perhaps. Let's test this real quick, because what I want to see is what will make this corkscrew with a reasonable amount of speed, but not too much speed. We'll take our Mack Mega Coaster. We're going to give it a 5-car train. Pretty standard deal. And see what this does. Okay, that works nicely enough. Back in here. We'll have to do something with those a little bit later here as far as speed goes. Let's look at probably just do it like that. Actually, that honestly, shaping wise, looks way better. Does it only need 4? Wow, it's a tiny little train. That gives us 1 back here. How many cars or trains does it have? It has 3. So not too bad. So 85 is, or 80 height is where we are right now. Let's get out our handy dandy train leveler and bring this up. I'm not so concerned about terrain on this side just because we've kind of gotten through the part that I was most interested in, which was the interaction with the rest of the coaster and Lisebergbanan. So let's up there. Just clear out some of this. Hard part's going to be figuring out how you get a pathway through here because we've got a pretty formidable amount of spaghetti to work our way through. We may not really be able to do that quite as well, but nonetheless, that is okay. All right, so let's get this dialed in, first of all. I'm going to go ahead and leave it with the B&M track just to see if we can just stick with that, and then I don't have to change it around. It's going to be a little bit slow here, not too bad. We're doing pretty well as far as speed management goes. Okay. We have 2 more bits. We got to connect this to the launch track, and then we got to get the launch track home. And this was 58, so this one ought to be slightly higher than that. Yeah, I'm actually very surprised at how the flow turned out on this. So fingers crossed that the rest of this can work out. We are going to want a block break here just to run our 3 trains. Down to 18, why not? Drop this and this is going to be a pretty fast corner here just in general, but that's not the worst. I can be okay with that. Can't be okay with is our elevation not working out. Let's take a minute here to figure out. We almost need just slightly more space before we get into this. It's okay. Let's see. And done that for a minute just because I feel like that's going to remain our more challenging thing to get to here at the end. Depending on what kind of speed we've got here at the end, we might be able to do a... I don't really want to go underneath this helix because I feel like it kind of ruins that overall look. This I'm not opposed at, though. And just kind of doing a roll there, so we kind of still get that same, the same nice curves that I feel like the real ones got. Try that. Get our final roll in there too. Oh shoot, we're one high. Darn, that there was a little bit of a wrench into it because I don't really want to drop it off. We'll keep it banked then. And actually that gives us a little bit of buffer off of that helix anyways, so I can kind of be okay with that. What I'm not a huge fan of is how tight that gets to be right there. We could just move the entire launch track and everything out, which I'm sort of a mind to do. Move it out by 2 maybe? Yeah. We'll do that. And then we'll add in a airtime hill on the launch. That's something that Mack Rides is loving to do here in recent times. Let's take out this section here in the middle. And we can stretch that potentially a little bit if we need to, which maybe we ought to do. Helix's is not so bad. It's not an intimate launch by any means, but I do like the strength of Helix's launch. Although, again, you're not riding Helix for the launch. It's for the rest of everything else that's amazing on it. Okay. I know we still got to finish the other part, but I'm putting it off because I'm dreading it. 4... All right. All right, so let's figure this out. We've got About this much to go. And it might even not need that much, but who knows. But the exit ghost being inside. Maybe I'm not quite sure. Where did you mean the ghost train there, or we do still have clearances on. Okay. Yeah, I think it's held up pretty well at the moment. So let's leave that rolling here. And you know what? Okay, I think I've got what we're gonna do. We're gonna, that's a 20. See how this works. Potential. 2. Not quite enough space. I was gonna try and give it a little airtime hill there in the middle, but that may be where we land anyways. Yes, Matt. Off those. Alright, I don't like that at all. We're really struggling on this last one here. I suppose I can always just kind of end it, but rather do something more interesting with it. One of those things where we're pretty well there, but not quite. Mm-hmm. Funny how it comes down to some of these things sometimes, where it's just this like one last little bit. Right now I'm getting a little bit messy just because it's going into every which way at the moment, but let's see where we are in overall phase. Now you have to get rid of the terrain to really even do anything substantially with it, to just to figure out what you're dealing with. There it is. That's what it takes. Maybe not quite the favorite, but it's going to work at this point just because you got to move on. Now let's have a look, see what it does. Speed-wise, hopefully it's got enough speed to make this top hat. Alright, we've got our block break there. A little shy. Which, let's, want to see on this if we were actually up to 67 or if we were a little bit short. What we would have to do at that point is just transition over to box. There we go. I was gonna say those trains look really close together. I like the pacing on the first half. I think that's working really well. Okay, so it looks like it is getting up to the 67. It's just a matter of the fact that we're not running the Giga Coaster, so we can't get that launch speed up. Now, granted, Mack does do pretty well on some hang time. There we're good. We got plenty of it there. Okay, so in that case, let's what I would say is we're gonna. The problem is the booster doesn't really. We're already up to top speed is the problem, as far as I can tell. I'm gonna check it one more time though. Otherwise, we won't do the transition right now just because I don't want to take time. But yeah, 67. Oh, that's interesting. That one failed the launch test actually. Oh, we're gonna kind of leave it at that for. Oh, that's true. I see what you mean. I see. Can't hurt. For general building, I recommend not building the launch right up to the various angled up piece and leaving some space on the front side too for brakes and things like that. But in this instance, just to kind of fudge it to get the thing up and over, we can kind of do it this way. See if this makes a difference, and then we'll move on so we can get to some others because we only are through number 5 and we're 3/4 of the way through, so we may not get to all of them today, as I already said once. But I've got enough terrain coasters here that oh, actually that's fine. Yeah, that works. I'm good with that. Okay, then we're good. I am happy to leave it at that. Cool. All right, and before we get any further, I am going to save this because I haven't saved yet. Granted, autosave, being the true MVP, is there just in case, but anyway. All right, so we've got 4 more here at the moment that we're going to hope to get to. Next up is going to be Tatsu. This is a flying coaster at Six Flags Magic Mountain in California. Been having a fair share of troubles this year, so hasn't operated quite that much. But man, look at how gorgeous that looks along the skyline. It's a pretty looking coaster. Right there on top of the mountain at Magic Mountain. Just really nice flowy layout. I love the colors. Love how bright it is on top of the whole thing. So it's a very cool coaster. Let's take a ride on board. This is David J. Ellis. Watched his channel a number of times for some other rides, so we appreciate his POVs as always. All right, let's ignore how gross those crossbeams are, and let's take a ride. Nice kind of floaty first drop. Up and over. I love these sort of easy rolls as the flyers tend to have, and then these sort of outward or overbanked corners and everything else. Got 2 rolls to start out with, and this great outward banked corner here. As we head up and over another corner, and then into this absolute massive pretzel loop towards the end of the ride too, which is a unique feature on this one. Another roll here, and then wrapping around to the finale. Flyers are cool. They're just really hard to build in RCT. For one, there's not a lot of piece variety, so you kind of have to play around with what options you've got. But for 2, they're a little bit hard to get working just right. So we're gonna give it a try though. Let's see what we can do, and hope that we can put something together. Let's find a flyer here. We're just gonna pick a space here in the middle. Again, I'm gonna start reasonable up so that I can have that big pretzel loop there towards the end, because that is one of the features that I want to keep. Right. We're not going to do the double station, but we'll set up for one. Okay. So flying coasters, among other ones, it's a newer model of B&M. It's been around for a little while, but it's one of those that you can kind of go either the steep lift hill or you can go with the shallow. My concern in general with the shallow lift hill is that it's almost too shallow. So you end up in a lot of instances where you just doesn't quite look right. It just looks too long. So that's why I think we're gonna go with this. We'll see how things start out. Yeah, I think stick with this overall. Blue, red, and orange. So, orange. Whew. Right, you need your glasses for that. That fits maybe a little bit better. We're at 160 right now on top here. Making sure that we have the right amount of height. So rolls and pretty much just rolls are your common inversions on these guys. So you gotta kind of be a little judicious about how you use them. Drop down a little bit here, give us some more elevation change. So this is at 40 now. We were at 65 initially. Going a little farther than I would like without an inversion. I would like to start here pretty soon. As you'll notice on Tatsu, the first two elements were two real big kind of rolls up and over top, then back down, which actually we can do something similar. Maybe that's going to be the better way to do it. Let's smooth this out for one. Alright, that's at 135, which puts us okay. We want to have 8 card trains. Actually, maybe we... No, 8. Your standards are going to be either 7 or 8 for flyers. So on this one, we're going to go with 8. Going to get you a lot of momentum to work with. I want to see how quick that this is, because it might be a little bit too much as far as this goes. Take a look. Sort of ease up and over, which is what we wanted. But let's do it like this, and then able to make the roll look a little more continuous. I would say probably so. Flying Dinosaur's lift is steeper than Superman, or at least that'd be my guess. I'm not 100% positive on that, but it would not surprise me if it is. Flying Dino's got a pretty steep lift. And actually what we'll do then is cross 125. We're actually a fair bit taller than I feel like we need to be on this coaster right now. Might end up hampering us a little bit. As we cross the lift here one time and back, I need to keep remembering that we've got terrain and everything else that we're going to be up and over on. That's a little bit slow there. So let's do it like this. It's not more than 45 degree. Well, the steepest lift that B&M goes is 46, I believe. So you're not really anything steeper than that. That's where it becomes the question as to how you do the these kind of elements in the game. Is it steep? Is it not? In general, I'm going to default to, yeah, I think it looks better steep, but you can kind of go either way, since you're really talking kind of 30 degrees or 60 degrees, whichever one is going to feel the most kind of correct. We'll come back out this way, so now we get this kind of nice double interaction over under with the drop there. I'm going to extend this piece just to give it a little more space as we go underneath. And I suppose we can decide if we want to do the 4D coaster here. How we want to go about this. Big question will be, and I think we're going to run into it with our brakes, and I don't really think we want to go. I don't think we want to have the brake run through the pretzel loop, since that's sort of the signature element there. So we're going to back off a little. Top 3 parks in Japan, that's a tough one. Alright, so that is what we'll end up doing to kind of placate all of that. I would say you're a little biased towards USJ, but granted, it is a pretty fantastic park. Right. let me see what we're doing as far as overall speed getting to this point. Mine's probably USJ Fujikyu Nagashima, I would guess. Although, you know, honorable mention to Parque España. Okay, so we got a nice 22 miles per hour there. 28 miles per hour there. 35. Okay, 41. This is going to end up maybe being a little bit fast for this, although I do recall getting some pretty good airtime heading into the roll here on Tatsu back when I did it. Right now, this is the best you can do with, I mean, you can do it with some curves and things with, without running this S-bend in your pretzel loop, but it kind of, this is what you end up with. So it's a bit unfortunate, but kind of the best you got to deal with at the moment. Now we're going to continue up. We're going to do a roll over top of the brake run here. Oh, in all actuality, I probably look to trim that maybe a little bit. Oops. They really are, Andros. It's funny just how not great they turn out to be. Blind. You kind of just have to, you know, it's one of those things that I feel like everybody just kind of accepts as a thing, and the better you accept it, then better your RCT experience will be to know that you just can't get away from it. Get up into here without? We can actually. Okay. That might work all right. I do think we need to go back through and add these in. Sort of see where we came from. Hey, the Eggman, welcome in. Thank you. Appreciate you watching the series on YouTube. So we've got what went up today? I think the semifinal match 2, round 2, the inside look with Josh was up today. And then tomorrow is the third place match, and then I got 2 more videos where we're gonna do 1 video each for the 2 finals parts, and that'll wrap us up. But yeah, thank you for watching. It's been a long process. This is more videos, I think, on one topic than I think I've done ever. It's been quite a few. All right. On through here, and hey, you're losing ground, Mav. I was you had me by a lot for a little while there, and then I got down to it and just knocked him out for a little while there. You know, it's everybody spent so long on that contest. I mean, me too, and I feel like it's nice to review them a little closer, make sure that everybody gets their gets some comments on their parks and everything. It is a lot of work for a for essentially a game. So it's nice to hear comments every now and then, I feel like. Alright, so we're going to leave it at this. So a little less terrain than most, but really the key feature here is that we've got our big pretzel loop here. A little fast, a lot fast, probably, but that's okay. We can trim that off a little bit if we need to later on. Okay. Get our second train here. Not yet built. Not used. Okay. Thank you for those who have stuck around so far, especially the first stream back since April. So if you came partway through and you didn't get the introduction, this is Andrelczyk Amusement Academy. I'm a real-life theme park designer, and I like to build RCT. So I take what I've learned in the real life and apply it to RCT and teach you about realism and how to build coasters and that sort of thing in the game. Each week or each session, we pick a topic and we do 9 rides based around that topic. So today, as voted on by some folks in Discord, is terrain coasters. Terrain coasters beat out mine trains, transfer tracks, and clone coasters. So we have picked a variety of coasters. So we started out with Eagle Fortress. So this is based on Eagle Fortress in South Korea, which is no longer there. A little bit of a shorter version here. The idea was to really say how to build a coaster that has terrain, how to build the terrain around it, and how to think about your park layout and everything like that at the same time. So this is a little bit shorter and smaller than the real Eagle Fortress, but same sort of overall vibe. Next there is, yes, the logo is AAA. So thanks to Josh, or In Cities, by the way, for those logos, because he is the logo master there, and he so kindly made that for us. So then we went for Phantom's Revenge, and at the time we were going to do the Phantom's Revenge as it currently sits, rather than Steel Phantom, as it was initially with inversions. But there was an ask in chat to do inversions instead, so we did it like that, and I actually kind of like how this one turned out. It's very janky, very arrow, but it's good. Then we're over here to Boulder Dash, based on Boulder Dash in Connecticut. A nice long wooden coaster on the side of a mountain, very CCI with these sort of unbanked corners and lots of little airtime hills, double downs, triple ups, things like that. So a lot going on in a pretty small layout, just spread out. And then we had our twofer over here. We had Lisebergbanan, the Schwarzkopf coaster, that was very kind of meandering. We did a pretty different layout to that one, but still, nonetheless doing similar things. And then we have Helix, our uh, Mack launch coaster here, with 7 inversions and 2 launches. Pretty similar layout to the real Helix, but we got some kind of fun interactions in there, and some stuff in the middle here that I still don't quite know how it fit, but it all is clearance tested and does just fine. And then here, our most recent one, we did Tatsu, based on Magic Mountain's flying coaster. Similar type layout, again, a little short, but not too bad, and not super heavy on terrain, just the fact that the pretzel loop sort of hangs off the edge. Okay, so next up is MindBender at Six Flags Over Georges. This was one of my picks. I picked a number of suggestions that were out there, and then some of kind of my favorites. And I went to college in Atlanta, and MindBender was one of my favorite coasters there at Six Flags from 1978. So it's a classic, very true classic. And it is a great coaster. It actually just got relaunched. Unfortunately, they added some additional braking and some other things like that, but it's still there, which is the key thing for me. But it's a great coaster, and it's full of Schwarzkopf goodness. So let's take a ride on it, thanks to Coaster Force. Oh my god, that's first, maybe. Busch Gardens, Alice Green. Yeah, Shockwave is a good one also. It's not quite as good as Mindbender, but it's of that similar crazy intense vein, and there's some surprising airtime in there for a coaster of that age and of only lap bars. All right, so here we go, coming off of the lift hill. I always thought it was kind of strange. You nearly valleyed coming off of there, just so slow disengaging. The track type is a little bit unique on this one. This one and Shockwave down in Six Flags Over Texas, those were the two off of this kind of track type. It sort of kind of vaguely looks like an Intamin box track, but it is its own style. Nice curved block brakes, as was evident there. Now we get this giant Helix, nice big curving Helix here. Pretty strong airtime off of that hill. This kind of sits down in the valley a little bit, and it was pretty often flooded, so it's even more kind of a wonder that the ride still exists as it does. I'm happy that it's just still around after all these years, but shows to know that you don't have to have all the newest technology to really be a pretty incredible coaster. All right, so that's it. Again, thanks to Coaster Force for that one. Let's jump back in the game and see what we can do. What I would like to do, if at all possible, is figure out how to make the Helix and final loop wrap each other as the real one does. That's sort of an iconic element there. You get this big angled helix over top of this loop, and the loop comes way towards the end of the ride, which is something pretty unique for this kind of a coaster also. We're going to sort of build backwards a little bit here. Clearance wise, this is where it's going to be a little tricky, I think. No, tracks go on the right way. We're building backwards. I'm trying to get the that helix right. Go ahead and give it that green paint job. Although in the early days, this coaster was brown, which is maybe one of the worst colors I can think to paint a coaster. Not my first choice, I would say. All right, let's give this a little stretch here. We can always get in there with the steep diving drop. I just don't like the steep diving drop. It's not a good, not the best look, I don't think. I was gonna say yes, you are wrong, but I wasn't quite sure what you were seeing, so I'll leave it at that. Um, we need to put a piece here. So we can always do that if we're okay with the overall look of that being a little bit wonky. Which I'm kind of there. Like I don't hate it. It's not my favorite, but it's not maybe not necessarily the worst. And what you might not have seen watching the POV video is just what exactly it does do with the terrain, because it's not quite obvious. But there's a pretty nice. Yeah, but you don't want it tighter at the bottom. That's the thing. It could be tighter that way, but I think you want it to at least feel a little spread at the bottom. So I'm kind of okay with that. Maybe we could probably make it tighter at the top, potentially. Maybe. Let's as a check. Let's see. Yeah, the real one is tight at the bottom, but it's not as tight as top. So we'll leave it at that. Depending on how much of a recreation we want to go with here, there's a lot of different stuff we can do as far as the overall design of this element. But the real one's got a kind of cliff that comes along. I shouldn't say cliff, that sounds more dramatic than it is, but it's a nice kind of waterfall and everything, and then the top of the coaster sits up here. So that's what we're going after with this element. It is kind of a depression more than anything, just right there in the space. Right now we're alongside here. We want to be a little bit beyond that. And I left these spaces in case I want to drop in if I want to drop in a break at some point, like a block break. Let's see what this ends up looking like. This could work. Transfer track there. Six-car train. Okay. This is one of those coasters that has an underground tunnel in it, as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, that you really don't see coasters with underground tunnels. This one does have one as it kind of gets itself through the berm. Granted, it's not a huge underground tunnel, and it's they probably more so built the coaster or the landscape up around the coaster rather than the other way around. But nonetheless, it does exist. So this is one of those examples of right that exists with a tunnel. So MindBender can take 3 trains. It hasn't in a lot of years, like probably 20, but again, we're gonna mostly just go with this as a 2-train operation. And like I said, Six Flags just relaunched this. It actually was only a couple of weeks ago, I think, that it reopened. So they've certainly taken away some of the classic items to it that I enjoyed, but at the same time, the ride still exists, and that's about the best thing you can say for it, because it would be a huge loss to all coasters for when this one will eventually go. So let's put this in a hole as it actually is. This. Out here. Okay. This is one of those rare instances where I haven't tested this at all yet, so I sure hope it works. If not, that's going to be embarrassing. And this is pretty, well, it's not. It's pretty nearly a recreation. It's not so much because of just the proportions of the overall thing, but the general layout path is pretty consistent with the real thing. All right, so we got our first nice intense inversion. Dive up to our pretty big helix here. This is not an RCT friendly Helix, for one because of the piece sizes, and for two because it's facing away from us. And if we themed this up, well, themed is not the right word, but if we decorated this properly and put all the trees and everything in place that real MindBender has, you wouldn't be able to see it from the other angle anyways. So, you know, is what it is. I think to this point, if you were to recreate the ride, then it makes sense, but if you were to kind of build this from scratch, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. But this is an option. Anyway, that's MindBender there. All right. That one was relatively easy, and now we get to one of the ones that's more difficult because we're not going to recreate it exactly because it doesn't work like that. Probably the most famous terrain coaster of all time. This is Nemesis. Nemesis is a B&M inverted coaster at Alton Towers. It was built in 1994 and built in a giant hole. The reason being is that Alton Towers has some height restrictions based on the local neighborhoods around it, so they can't build above the tree line. So instead of doing that, they built down below. So dig a hole and build a coaster in it. So it ends up being some pretty interesting designs in the park in general, but Nemesis sort of being the original sort of famous coaster for this sort of thing. Height only 42.6 feet tall, but you have a 104-foot drop, so that kind of tells you everything you need to know about it. So lots to see here. But let's hop on board. Thanks to Coaster Force. Got some pretty incredible theming too, including some like blood red waterfalls and some other things as it goes through. Lightning rod that's coming up next. Spoiler alert. Actually, you can see some of the kind of waterfall theming here and everything. There's just some pretty incredible overall design to it, and it would be lovely if you could very easily recreate this coaster, but the way that some of the angles sit, it just is not a practical option. So as you can see, this is all the taller the lift hill is. There's not a whole lot to it. And once you're off the lift hill, we're not too far off the ground, and the ground's going to kind of fall away from us as we go along. It's kind of a cool start here because you're going to come off of this and then drop down and go through a corkscrew, which is typically an end of the ride inversion, but we're going to start there. And falling down into our trench here, you're going to get to the 0G roll, and around this corner into the loop, so we're almost backwards as far as inversion layout goes. Pretty great curve, and a final out of one trench and back into the other type corkscrew. Nice intense curve back, and there we are. So one of the things that I like to do on this one is look at our aerial for it, just because it's kind of neat to see just how compact it is and how kind of simplistic the layout is too. I mean, you're going up, you're going over, around, turn around, back, turn around, back, and then you're in. You can see from here why it's difficult in RCT, because this one's more or less diagonal. This one is crossing this at a 45-degree angle to this guy. So you run into some challenges that end up being a little bit prohibitive to do in the game. But, we'll try and do something similar at least. So let's see what we can do. Did any of that just show up? I can't. I'm trying to think if I just if I had that pulled up or not, or if you guys are just looking at a blank RCT screen. It's been a long stream. I'm not used to these 4-hour streams. Okay. Did I have it up or didn't I have it up? Which one was it? Okay, cool. Cool. Didn't spin a little bit. Alright, cool. We're good then. Alright, so we're going to give ourselves some space to work with here. 8-card train. One train. I need 4 station tiles, probably. I think if you don't have cheats turned on, that probably is going to be one less, or one more that you'll need, but let's limit it to that. Okay. Now becomes the part where it's just picking and choosing the kind of things that you want to show off on the layout. I would say one of the things that I like is this Helix drop thing as it gets increasingly steep and then heads on down into this trench. We're not too worried about sight lines since this is all theming based in here. Yeah, it's a reasonable speed for the 0G roll and a reasonable speed for the other one, so that's good. How fast that loop goes, that may be a little quick. Yeah, a little bit. Don't necessarily want to go a whole lot higher than that. What is this? Let's see if we can go flat here instead. That might be a little bit better. I still we're not going for an exact recreation, although so far it's pretty much the same thing. But that's okay. Let's see what kind of speed that gets taken on. That's pretty good. Holding up reasonably well. Problem is now we're a little ways below grade-wise. We're one off. Could be a little bit snappier there, which what I'm thinking instead is we actually just bring down this whole thing. Alright, let's see how that runs. Let me put some brakes in here. That ended up going really, really quickly. Like, well quicker than I expected it was going to. Yeah, I figured the Nemesis Inferno does not. It shouldn't live as Nemesis Inferno. It's actually doing not too bad. I think it's going to be a little bit slow at the end, but I'm kind of okay with that. It's not awfully so. I can totally handle that. Now let's take a look at rock work and other things like that that would go up above. We want this to be down on the ground-ish. Trench there. Landing rod's coming. Oh, keep your pants on. We're almost there. Let me train this some more. Okay. Of course, the Q would have to go through that corkscrew because that's just how things go. Like if you have an arrow corkscrew, you got to put a pathway through it. It's part of the theme park trope. Alright, we'll call that done. Nemesis. Alright. Well, since we suddenly flew through those last two, we actually are still not quite out of time, and it is time for our final one. So that worked okay. All right, so let us jump on over and check out Lightning Rod. So Lightning Rod, as controversial and operationally challenged as it may be, is currently my favorite coaster, and Mav's baby too, considering that he helped open this one. So it took a significant amount of work over this off season. It started out as an RMC with the built-up wood track, but they have since replaced it with a number of fully steel pieces. So now it's sort of this hybrid, like half steel, half wood, half steel, half disappointment. And there's a lot of just different parts and pieces to it. So it's probably not long before the whole thing is iBox, but that's really doesn't matter at this point. So let's take a ride. This is from this year. Oh, this is a reverse. Is this a reverse? Oh, poop, it is. It's the non-reverse POV. Between the rails, reverse. There you go. This one. Thanks again to Coaster Force, as they have provided the majority of our POVs today. This was RMC's first and I guess only launched coaster with some LSMs of a manufacturer that I don't think they'll be using again. So we've got this great launched lift hill, where it cuts off a little bit here towards the end, but you've got this peak here with a double down into the valley. None of those ledger beams are broken currently. This big fan wave turn here. Outward banked corner, as is kind of a standard RMC thing. Real strong airtime, as is typical. Then we have our grade section here. This is the quad down. 1, the 2, the 3, and the 4. And the one more down here before it goes up and into the brakes. It got slower, not by a huge amount. I think the POVs can be a little bit deceiving at times, but it did. It is a little bit slower, but not hugely so. So let's go back to the game and let's get our RMC on. I haven't done a whole lot of RMCs on the streams thus far. Alright. Let's see where we can fit this for one. I don't want to squeeze it in too hard. Alright. We're going to raise it up a little bit here so that we can do something on the lower side. We're not necessarily going to fully recreate the thing, but we'll come close to it. So hybrid coaster. Alright. We do have the launch lift hill option on the RMC, which is a nice feature that X7 added for us in the game here. I am going to leave a little bit of space for a for us to have brakes in case we need it. Let's see how we do. We're gonna go ahead and transition this to the RMC train. Six-car train. One train. See how much height we want to give this to make sure it crests just kind of right. There we go. Give ourselves a nice size drop there. I know commented that it's a little bit taller than the station, so what we can actually do is raise up this section of landscape so then we have more space towards the back side. And just kind of based on our shaping here, we may want to do this a little bit tighter here. We're just cruising over there pretty easily. We can get away with that. Always a challenge transitioning over to the vertical here. Just because I don't, there's not really a good way to do it, I don't think. And almost just have to take it nice and easy like this. Which I don't hate, it just doesn't feel super smooth. But that whip over the top feels like a similar amount of airtime that you would get from the real thing. So, kind of go for that. Okay. We're going to try and do some inversions here, or not inversions, but banking things. Trying to keep in mind too where we are as far as the height here. If we're gonna call this the bottom of the landscape. Fine, we just got to make sure that we're consistent with it. The kind of speed we're getting over here. These RMC trains fall off pretty fast. So that's what you got to watch out for. $105 there, 95 there, which is okay. There we go. Big thing then is that this is a sizable hill. The other annoying thing with this one is, and we're going to run into this as an issue, is the lift hill being at 30 degrees means that we're really far away from the station. So more so than the others, we're going to run into some just location distance issues where we would ideally be using a steeper lift. How many downs can you get in 7? What is this? Septuple down? We're going to do a little bit different here and kind of cross slightly earlier. I want to see how high up I can get it without it feeling... Okay, so it's going to start to get too slow right there, which is fine. We can... do that. And we're not too far off, to be honest. It's... We can kind of drop it off to the side here. See what we're doing speed-wise. The kind of funny thing with RMCs is you can kind of do whatever the heck you want with it as far as shaping of hills and airtime and other stuff goes, and everybody says, oh yeah, it's totally fine, because it's just their forces and things are on the more extreme side. But you know, you can kind of do whatever, and it doesn't necessarily come off as unrealistic. We're gonna work our way down here and try and do a nice big finale drop. We'll sort of bottom it out right over here. Get lucky there, but we scooch it out one more. I think we'll be fine. Go cross over. 1, 2, 3. Down one more. Not. Last corner is always sort of impressive on the real thing, just kind of how it towers up over everything at the base of the hill. It's a cool last element. Back over here. All this needs up. Because really the whole thing kind of sits in a valley on the other side, where you've got kind of both levels there. Okay. It sort of acts in its own little space, but again, we're trying to not make it look totally forced. Right. But that is our brake run here. This only needs what, 4? 4. Crazy. Okay. Straight there. Probably do another. Well, I won't. That's it. You could probably just dip this again if you needed to, but we'll leave it at that. That open. Go, and we'll have this raised up, so then we can have this little piece there sit in the valley. You want to do that. We've got the space for a normal transfer track, unlike Lightning Rod's vertical one. Alright, let's take a ride here. Because we're using the launched lift hill, we don't have that block clearance at the top like a regular lift hill has, so the coaster is going to sit there in the station until the other one gets through a block or whatever you set up as the next block. Okay, so 22 cresting that hill, 32 right there. Our vertical drop, ridiculous airtime hill. A couple more of those. Howard Bank corner. We have a couple of these little flat bits here as we work our way down the mountainside. Then have that final climb up and into the brakes. All right. That didn't take us too much longer than the allotted time. And get behind that. Sweet. Okay, so that is all 9 of our coasters today. We had our Eagle Fortress, Steel Phantom, Boulder Dash, Lisebergbanan, and Helix, Tatsu, MindBender, Nemesis, and a Lightning Rod. The cool thing about this topic, if there's interest in it, is that I've got another 9 of these ready to go, so we can always do a part 2 of terrain coasters. So if there's interest in that, please let me know, and we can certainly revisit this in a future Andrelczyk Amusement Academy. So one of the things that I'm working on right now, as we get back into streaming and everything, is a Discord channel. Not necessarily for active discussion. I'm not trying to be another main Discord channel, but I think it would be a good way to be able to share suggestions and offer assistance on layouts. I got asked by a couple people to do a series on kind of Fix My Coaster, where people submit their coasters, or we look at scenario coasters or things like that, and I can offer some suggestions as far as all of that goes in relation to realism and that kind of thing. So that's an option potentially, but I'll have that Discord here launched in the next hopefully a week or so, and we can get everybody in there and look forward to seeing suggestions on what you'd like to see more of here in the AAA streams, and then also we can vote on which ones go forward. The nice thing now is we've got a pretty good backlog of new ones to do. So we're going to try and get back to the every other week streaming sessions. We'll see how that goes. I might try and interject some midweek stuff too, maybe on a Tuesday or a Thursday. Just maybe some kind of chill build sessions. And we'll see what comes in as far as that goes. If you've not followed my YouTube channel, it's in the Twitch profile down below, so find it there. I post all of these recordings to that, as well as RCT reviews, hacking tutorials, and all sorts of other fun stuff. So make sure you check that one out, because that's where you can find the most of me. Follow this Twitch page so you can get those go live notifications, and if you feel like subscribing, feel free to do so. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you can do that for free, so that's also cool. Anyway, I think that's it. So thank you guys for the session. This was a pretty good one, and a good way to get back to it after being a while away from things. So hopefully we'll keep this going here in the meantime. But yeah, thanks for showing up. Thanks for hanging around, and we'll catch you guys in the next one. So have a nice afternoon. Bye now.